Hello, team. Today it's Inktober. I guess, I don't know, I haven't thought a lot of this through. But, I think probably the first thing I want to do is, as always with the Inktober streams, do a brief review on some recent drawings. So I think that's all well and good. I think that's fun. And it would have been good of me to prepare that ahead of time, but I did not do that. I didn't do that. So just hang on. Hang on for a second. Which of these do I actually want to show on the stream? Maybe day 10? No, not 10. Maybe day 9? Which one is this? That was 10. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll do day 10 since that's the most recent one. That makes sense. Okay. So what I'm going to do is display these in order from Inktober 2017 up till now, Inktober 2024. So there's going to be 8 entries for day 10. And, you know, maybe some brief commentary for each one. Oh, no. I'm just going to want this window over here so I can actually drag this stuff into Flip Studio. Okay. Is anybody here? Sound off? Okay. Hey. This is one of my least favorite drawings of all time. But a lot of the stuff I did in Inktober 2017 were some of my least favorite drawings of all time. Okay, the prompt was gigantic. And then I couldn't think of very much for this one. The description I have actually is, I'm quoting, I have a Fight Club quote here, which somehow came to mind, and I was like, yeah, we're doing that. And that's where I fit in between those huge sweating tits that hung enormous, the way you'd think of gods as big. And that is one of my favorite movie quotes of all time. I use the phrase, the way you'd think of gods as big, a lot. Or not a whole lot, but I should use it more. It's a good one. Anyway, let's get to the next one. So that we can get this off of the screen. Yes, please. It was okay for the time. I don't know. It's not very good, though. Everything about it is bad. 2018. The prompt was flowing. And this one was better. It's still not great. At the time in 2018, I was having a dry spell with the drawings. It was the last couple of drawings had been pretty terrible, and this one was sort of okay, so I was happy with that. 2019. Right, Day 10 2019 is still one of my best Inktober drawings. Every time I go back around, because every time I draw an Inktober entry, I do this, where I go and I compare the current entry to the previous days. This is Day 10, pattern, so we did the striped socks. And a striped tail, apparently. Interesting idea there. But I don't know what it is. I'm not sure what possessed me. None of my other character drawings are nearly this good in 2019. And even now, like, just like the, I mean, the arms and the hands certainly leave a lot to be desired. The proportions are a little weird, and other details like the frills and stuff are kind of garbage. But and the hair, I would change the way I do the hair. I'm zooming in and out in the DeviantArt so you can see that. I would change the way I did the hair, but I don't know if I would do it any better as it happens. It's just pretty good, and I'm upset every time on day 10. But yeah, that was 2019. And also, in the great history, the grand tradition, rather, of ducking the actual prompt and just drawing whatever the hell I want to. It's pretty good. 2020. Prompt was hope. We have a character looking out a window at a rainy day. With the Teruthir Bozu hanging from the window frame. You know? So we all gotta have hope in fake things sometimes. This was clearly a low effort day in 2020. I don't know what was going on. I think I just didn't have a whole lot of time. But it looks nice. It was okay. I had a concept of what I was doing with the hair. But, you know, a little bit underwhelming. That's a lot of the entries for day 10, for whatever reason. 2021 is very exciting. Not this entry, but that's number 8. What am I doing? But in general, my Inktober 2021 was pretty good. It was a good time. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. 2021, the prompt was pick. It's a little unclear, but this is my witch OC, and she's trying on some clothes. You know? Clearly very concerned about it. So, whatever's going on, clearly something very important. And this was a boring one as well. Pretty underwhelming, especially for 2021. So a good Inktober by my standards is one where things look kind of messy and ambitious. And 2020 was not that. It was kind of the opposite of that. It was very clean. And for a little while, I felt like I had a pattern of really messy, ambitious Inktober. And then the following year would be sort of clean and you know, looks nice, but not very exciting. And then that would repeat over and over again. I think that's sort of gone away, which I think means I've gotten better at doing Inktober, which makes sense, I guess, you'd think. Where am I? 2021? Right. We still have a few more. It is 2024. It's crazy. 2022... Yeah, kind of I feel like broke that tradition. Although it's kind of clean. I don't know. Day 9, day 10. Oh yeah. Prompt was crabby. And this is one where I was sincerely considering, you know, the break in case of emergency Inktober Asuka. But I was able to stave it off, and it's a good thing I did, because I drew a much better Asuka drawing later in 2022. But this is Hitagi Senjogahara, and she's got a crab behind her. And it was pretty good, and it might even look kind of like Senjogahara, which is crazy. Absolutely nuts. Alrighty, and then in 2022, not 2022, we just did that. 2023. Where is 2023? Oh, yeah. Fabulous. It's another disappointing one. This is all in service of the fact that I think the one I did for day 10 this year is pretty good, I guess. The prompt was Fortune in 2023. This is one that I think I started and stopped a couple times because I couldn't think of a good way to address the prompt. And when I finally settled on this, it was pretty late, so it was pretty rushed. And it's kind of boring, but also looks kind of shit. For a couple of reasons. The biggest one for me is that the hair is imbalanced, and I tried to sell it as like there's some sort of movement happening here. A swish. I don't think I did. Number two, I did the thing that I do where I go over the line work, at least the exterior line work, with a heavier pen, which works really well when I'm trying to establish some sort of separation. But I only did it on one side of the character for whatever reason. I didn't do it on... No, I don't need whatever that was. Spacebar, there we go. I have my tablet off to the side here, in case you're wondering why I am looking away. Yeah, I only did it on one side of the character. I don't know why that happened. It was probably I just forgot. And not even the entirety of the character either. And you can see here it would have been better if I just left it alone, because I didn't need to create any separation. It was already pretty clear. Yeah, there was that, and also I don't know what's going on. I think the eye got fucked up somehow. But I did have an eye patch. I wish I had emphasized that more. This could have been pretty decent. It ended up not being very decent. Like, literally, oh, this as well. There's supposed to be a multi-layered skirt going on here. And it kind of just, it looks weird. It looks like one skirt and I fucked it up. So, like 3 things I would change here and this would have been okay. But you know, you live with the bounce, I guess. And then in glorious news, today's day 10 doesn't look so bad. Well, let's go back and cycle through previous day 10s. In fact, I'll go in reverse order this time. So again, 2023 Fortune, 2022 Crabby, 2021 Pick, 2020 Hope, 2019, you can see why this is still the fucking best. I don't know why. Day 10 Pattern for 2019, 2018 Flowing, 2017 Gigantic, and now 2024 Day 10 Nomadic. So it is a little bit crowded. It's more crowded than I wish it could have. Or not crowded, I guess. Unreadable. Or less legible than I wish it could be. But this is my witch OC again. She's wearing not her cloak, which I normally have her wearing, because I thought that would have been lazy. I'm like, okay, let's just actually give her an outfit or something. But she needs to have the hair and the hat, otherwise we won't know who this is. Or at least I won't know who this is. Nobody knows who this is aside from myself. And the cat is also a, you know, her familiar or whatever, is getting all jumbled up in the robe. How very silly. Getting the side eye while she is scrolling through a feed of some sort. Great stuff. Can't even get away from the phone while she's out camping. A terrible indictment of our society. but also I think a pretty decent drawing. I think it's pretty good. But yeah, 2024 versus 2017. Come a long ways. Follow your dreams. And then I guess I'll show the other two drawings there in the thumbnail. Because why not? I think they're okay. But I'm not going to do the whole, 8-year comparison. Day 9, so it's 2 days ago, Sun. Just drawing this while playing D&D. This one's pretty banging. I think it's my favorite one so far. I do wish the character had been centered better, but, I'm not using a symmetry ruler out there. It probably was centered if you include, like, the paper strip on the left side, but the not centered with respect to the sun, I guess. The head is, though. I guess I have her head going up to the side, and the rest of her body isn't. I don't know, maybe it's artistic that way. It is art, after all. We have the Sydney Opera House cubes, the orange wedges, making a reappearance. I don't know what that's about, but I have a motif this year. That's all I care about. And speaking of the Sydney Opera House wedges, the other one that's in the thumbnail is Exotic Day 4, which included another OC of mine. This is Chloe on the beach, but still on the job, clearly. Calling something in with some orange wedges in the background. This one was gonna be better until I started putting hatch marks on her face, and then it looked really clean. It looked so clean before I did that, but I'm like, I'm gonna try doing this, and then it was an immediate, that was the wrong idea. That didn't work. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna do whatever the fuck we can to save this, and it's pretty messy. It's pretty rough. And we had to, make the stuff around it look less clean in order to sort of, make it blend in. Sad day. But I do like it overall. It's pretty good. From a distance, it's pretty good. I don't know. Oh, hello, Ihara. How are you doing? I was just getting finished showing off some previous Inktober art. So you're just in time for the main event, which is the actual drawing. So let's... where's my OBS? OBS? There it is. Okay. Because we're not using the tablet today. I mean, I'm using it to monitor the chat and other such things. But I'm not using it to draw today, because today, where the fuck, is a hand cam stream, and it's pretty janky, the setup. It's less janky than it was last year, because I have a longer power cable, so it's not fighting. I'm not fighting the length of the power cord in order to make this happen. Also, I'm using a smaller notebook, I think, than I did last time. Maybe? I don't know. How are you, Ihara? How are you doing? Fully analog stream this, correct? This is how we do it. So let's The reason there's nothing in here is because I'm tearing out every page as I do it. And I bought this specifically to do Inktober stuff, so no judging for my empty sketchbook. Also, I'm going to get this keyboard out of the way. You've served us well, Mr. Keyboard. Can I get this keyboard out of the way? I might just have to jam it up here. I don't have enough room. There we go. I'm going to be very careful not to fuck up the camera setup here. I'm going to show you what's going on. There's my phone. It is filming the table, so it's impeding my view of the monitor here, so I can't actually see what's going on unless I look around and stuff. Okay. So I'm using I don't know if I like using this, but it's what I got. Strathmore mixed media surface. Paper's a little bit thicker, so you can use markers on that stuff. But it's like it's not great. I don't know. It's okay. It's I feel like it bleeds more than it ought to for mixed media paper. And it eats up a lot of markers, so it's the worst of both worlds, I guess. Tired? Yeah. Yeah, I bet. This week has been fucking exhausting. Just I do 4 10s, or 4 9s actually. So I get off easy. But it was a long goddamn 4-day stretch. I was getting not even close to enough sleep. Right, the tools of the trade is what I'm using. For sketching, I'm using a oh god, what even is this brand? Ugh. Something. Morrison? I don't know. Yeah, I got a bunch of sketch pencils. This is a 4H. I like this because I don't have to. One, it encourages me to use less pencil lead, so a briefer sketch because it's so light, and 2, it's easier to erase once I'm done. Or lining, I go back and forth. Sometimes I use microns, but I do like the Faber-Castell Pitt Artist Pens. I've got an XS, which is a 0.1, an S, and an F. I usually use the S for my main line work, the XS for shading, and the F for making big, bold line separations and stuff. For tone, I've got some Copics. I just bought these. I have to re-up every year because I end up killing them every year. I have some backups in case these die from last year, but they're probably mostly spent as well. We'll see. They usually don't make it the whole way. But I have a 100. It's completely black. I'm using it like for foreground stuff. I have 2 C3s. I like the cool gray as opposed to the neutral gray, even though I desaturate it when I'm done scanning it. C1, I feel like I should have gotten 2 of these because I like this more than the other ones. The other ones are darker than you'd think. And I have a C7. Where's my other C7? I have 2 of these. Somewhere. I don't know. Probably still in that bag. Okay. Those are the tools. At least it's Friday. Hell yeah, it is. Oh wait, I almost forgot. I have a jelly roll. This is the one Sakura product I am using this year. Okay. So this is truly a start to finish stream. hopefully, because I don't know if I'll finish. In that, I don't know what the prompt is yet, so I need to go figure out that. Where is my browser? There it is. Can I get this on the OBS? Spin the wheel. Oh, this is perfect. It's trimmed perfectly. Here's the official list. We just did day 10 nomadic. It is day 11. Snacks, apparently. Snacks. Okay. Snacks. Oh, I almost forgot my eraser. I have a giant box of these Pentel polymer erasers. They're pretty good. I'm never going to need to buy another eraser for the rest of my life. If you need any erasers, I can mail some to you. I don't know, I had a network hiccup. Okay. Snacks. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? I normally have a Wacom glove that I use to prevent smudging. But I don't know where it is. It's gone. Oh, the prompt list is broken. Sorry, I almost forgot. Yeah. They're pretty great. They do leave lots of eraser gunk. The eraser gunk is truly the thing that, you know, that we forget about, the thing that we don't talk about, you know? So I had to, I cleaned this table. I have to clean it like every time I draw on here because of the eraser gunk. It builds up. It's terrible. That's one of the reasons also I don't like to have to erase as much. So that's why this is the right pencil, you know? Maybe I can get, I'm going to take a snip of this actually. So I can have this up in the corner as like our reference. Can I do this? I think I can. Shit. I am stalling while trying to think of a thing to draw. Copy. No, save. There we go. It's just in pictures. Great. Good. Reference. The fuck. Perfect. Perfection. There's our reference. Prompt to snacks. Draw some granola bars. Jeez. Granola bars. Imagine. Okay, so there's a few ways we can approach this. One, we could draw some snacks. Could draw somebody eating some snacks. We could draw people you could describe as snacks. We could draw people purchasing snacks or in the process of getting snacks. We could draw, you know, something like MREs or something and have it be a sardonic snack, you know? We also have a comic for this one, but I don't know how I feel about that. Snacks. Morsels. A snack, absolutely. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Trying to think of the best way to draw this. Just a straight up spider lady, maybe. You know? In a sort of perspective shot, maybe, where we have unsuspecting people below. It's a bit more spooky Inktober horror vibes that I normally get into. You know? So this is a possibility. What about the spider lady from Undertale? I'm sure that's a great idea. I don't know who that is. I haven't played Undertale. I was thinking Quelaag. Why isn't this working? The other vague idea I had was, which I might still do depending on how I feel about this. Um, some sort of giant robot. You can definitely not see this very well, huh? I remember this was a bit more visible when we got to inking it, but yeah, that's not very visible at all. Is there anything I can do about this, like maybe temperature? Maybe? Probably not. We're good. Yeah, it's funny. Like, I'll drag it and the camera's like, I don't even know where that image went. I can't even see it. Not even seen any. I've seen some of it. I haven't seen the spider lady. Maybe I have and don't remember. Okay, yeah, I've seen her before. I wonder if I can change anything with regards to this. Would fuck up the entire settings. Okay. Effects. Oh. Color, temperature, exposure, ISO. It's not exactly what we need. I think I just need. Whoops! No, not that. Nope. Don't do that. Opposite of what I need. Okay, hang on for a second. Why isn't clip? Yeah, there we go. Fuck, I'm pinching myself. There we go. Exposure compensation. No, thank you. In fact, maybe, I don't know. ISO's not gonna help me, right? This isn't a low light problem. Fuck, stop doing that. It's auto. Color temperature. Interesting. Stop doing those things. God damn it. Frame rate. Can I up that to 24? Not 1942, no. If I just darken the whole image, does that help? Maybe? You know, it might. So we're gonna go with that. We'll see how that works. Hang in there, phone and assembly. Okay, I don't think I moved it too much. It's gonna be blurry for a second while it loads back in. But it's darker now, and this is still pretty invisible. I mean, it's there, Maybe a little bit better. It'll be better when we actually go to line it, I'm sure. What was I saying though? The other option I was thinking about going with is some sort of mecha that's like, you know, eating stuff, like a giant like grinder type thing, just chewing up enemy ships or something, like it's a live leak video. But this one's growing on me because I think I know who I'm drawing now. I think the last time I did one of these streams, you know, last year, I also did a perspective shot from below. Which is not something I do very often, so it's interesting that it's happened twice. I'll have to fix that shoe later. Okay. need to bring up a reference for these characters. It's tradition now. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. This year, I guess at least up until the last couple of days, I had been feeling as though I wasn't sure I had like meaningfully improved over last year. In terms of Inktober drawings, anyway. It was partially because I'd been like pretty doggedly sticking to fairly simple compositions where I was just making sure to get a good value separation and not much else, and you know, somewhat less detailed than maybe last year's stuff, in an effort to make the drawings more readable than they were last year, which I think was my main issue. But I think it's usually always the case that first week or so of Inktober, it feels like I haven't meaningfully improved as an artist at all. Maybe it's the last couple of years. Or no, last year was a pretty notable exception. I don't know. 2022 and 2024 it felt that way. And all things considered, 2022 wasn't that great. So, bad sign. Just so that we can be on the same page here. In terms of what it is I'm drawing here, who it is I'm drawing, I'm going to bring up some references from Inktober's past. Was it 2020? Yeah, 2022 is the first time I drew one. And I had one in 23, and I've also had one this year as well, so really upping the quota so far. Okay. Flip. There we are. Yes, 2022 camping. This was the first time I drew these characters. They're some sort of post-apocalyptic, you know, urban explorers. We have this girl who, she might have twin tails in this picture. I think I've just drawn her with a ponytail since, so maybe I should get back to the twin tails. That might be important, I think. But pretty vague as far as what she's wearing. I could flesh it out more in the next drawing. But she's got an AK or something. And then her accomplice, this robot. It's a very goofy robot with like a fisherman hat and nothing else. Uh, Not super readable again, but burning a marshmallow. Burning a marshmallow on the little campfire they made in this abandoned railway station. Good time. It's the first time I drew them. Second time, and I have issues with this drawing, namely this girl's face, the eyes. I would have done better if I had another shot at it. Prompt was Angel. They're wearing Halloween costumes, you could say, outside of this porta potty. Fantastic. 10 out of 10, no notes. But the robot still got the fisherman hat, but now has a halo and wings, and she has devil horns. Did I give her a tail? No, just the horns. Ambiguous twin tails, that's correct. Not that one. Where are we? Oh no, I have too many tabs. I'm gonna X out of these. I was doing a comparison of Inktober's past from 2017 on, day 10. So this was 2017, gigantic. It was a terrible drawing. And 2018, flowing. It was a terrible drawing. Day 10 pattern for 2019. 10 out of 10, the best thing I've ever drawn. Oh my, what's with that boy robot guy? I don't think it is a boy necessarily. 2020 Hope was whatever. 2021 Pick, it was whatever. 2022 Krabby was pretty good. That's Hitagi. 2023 Fortune, it was whatever. And then 2024, this is Nomadic. It's pretty good. I don't know. Oh yeah, these are the other ones I did recently. Okay, what was I trying to look at? Hike. It was whatever. This was this year though. They're in some sort of building, doing some urbex stuff. Robots looking down the empty elevator shaft. Like what the fuck is this? You know, what's going on here? And she's all like, "We're going up. We need to go up." Or if you think that's her index finger, if you think it's her thumb, she's like, "Hey, we got to get going." If you think it's her middle finger, she's like, "Fuck you, jump in for all I care." Could be any of the fingers though. In Angel, yeah, yeah. So they're just taking a selfie, and you know, they're dressed up. He's got angel wings. If we do say it's a he, this is just a robot, and a halo, and she's got the devil horns. Have you heard of the Ranma remake? No. What's going on with that? Maybe I have. I don't know. Wait, shit, I needed that. I needed those references. I do think Angel is probably the best reference, the most comprehensive reference that I have, though. So let's bring that back. Ta-da! Okay. Okay. You guys won't be able to see that though. I'll just be able to glance over and see whenever I need it. But anyway, back to what the actual stream is. We're drawing a thing. Okay. So this is I need names for them. I don't have names for them yet. It's been 3 years. I don't have names for them. I'm gonna try and get through the sketch portion quickly so that we can get to a place where everybody is able to see what I'm drawing. Now, probably this doesn't go down that far. I mean, definitely it doesn't. I think I have her button. Well, I guess it's a. What the fuck is this? It's like just a long sleeve quarter button shirt. It's pretty goofy. It's a weird sort of preppy attire for an outdoorsy person. And it's not tucked in, you know? It's just absolutely wild. Sleeves rolled up, though. Are you working on something today, Aihara? I need to get this level. Wearing the crew socks as well. Christ, I just gave her the worst fashion sense imaginable. She's awesome. It would be kind of funny if they were wearing the costumes from the previous drawing. I took the wrong path back from the porta potty. Nope, too tired. If I tried to draw seriously, I just know it would go terribly. Well, that's alright. Taking a break's not a bad thing. What would today have been, though? Also, how do the prompt lists work for all October? Is it just like a costume every day? Or is there also a list of holomems that you have to draw? Also, who created the October logo that everyone's using? Is that an official thing? Not drawing is the end of the world, actually. It's not outfits, it's just prompts. Okay. Yofi and Euphoria made the prompt list together, and Yofi made the logo. Oh, that's cool. Unofficially official. Is this the first time there's been any sort of like... Because I know October's been a thing for a couple of years, right? Okay, so there's the girl. Might need to look up a reference for the 8K, even though you don't see hardly any of it. Advertisement? No. 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 No, go back to the beginning of this goddamn thing. There we go. She did it last year, can't remember. Also the year before. Well, that's cool. I'm not sure if we've actually seen like the underside of this robot's neck slash head. I mean, why would we have? Hmm. He's supposed to be taller. It's supposed to be taller. Careful, camera. It's okay, I didn't like the pose anyway. Hi, Lethal, how's it going? Can't see anything in 360p, but we're chilling. Yeah, at a certain point, I'll start inking it, and then you'll actually be able to see what's going on. But right now, we've got the prompt is snacks, as you can as you can see here. We're doing a perspective shot, upwards. Up here will be a spider lady, maybe, observing two characters here, the snacks. Now you understand. Hopefully. This character is taller, however, than the other characters. So we gotta make sure that's accounted for. Also, I do like the idea of robot just full on staring at this thing and not saying anything. Is that tall enough? I think it needs to be shifted to the left. What I wouldn't do for a lasso tool right about now. We are already getting the eraser gunk everywhere. It's terrible. How are you doing, Lethal? What's going on in Lethal Land? They'll need to be coming towards us, but also not. Fuck, man. Foreshortening's weird. Too many lines. Let me try again. Just need to make the line of action more stiff. This character. It's a robot. Dude, this sucks. Nerdy, how's it going? I understand. You can't see very much. We'll get there. Uh, I'll make it work at some point. Once we start inking, things will start making more sense. But today's prompt is snacks. And what we're going for, at least for now, is a shot, a perspective shot from below of our heroes here. In some sort of a cave, examining the remains of something, whilst being observed by a spider thing, a giant spider lady on the ceiling. Terrifying. But I also have them being my goofball Inktober Urban Explorer OCs. Being these two. That's our reference. Okay, go away, Clip. So it's going to be an interesting to see if I'm able to actually pull that off. This perspective garbage, you know? The answer is probably it will maybe kind of, sort of, but not really. That's what I'm predicting. That tends to be my experience when I'm trying to draw perspective. Like, it sort of works if you don't look too closely. Who needs a ruler? And you can just sort of raw dog every perspective you try to do, ever. Eventually you might get an eye for it, you know? Okay, we have ball joints here, I think, right? I'm actually not sure. Because I thought it would be funny, we're gonna have them still wearing the Halloween costumes they were wearing in last year's image. I think this hat needs to be higher up. That's just me. Oh, they're cute. Thanks. I've drawn them a few times. Even once this year. I didn't like it very much, but it was okay. But they're long-standing OCs at this point. First drew them in 2022. But they're only Inktober OCs. They never leave. They never leave the bounds of Inktober. Update. Robot's looking up at Spidey. Like, oh, also doesn't have arms. Like, what is this? What do I do? I'm not sure this robot has done a single good thing for this character. Ever. And vice versa. I'm not sure how they're still hacking it out here. I don't think you can see the other hand. That's fine. Optimal, in fact. Okay, so what are they looking at? A skeleton? Perhaps a skull? That'd be easy. I mean, for somebody who's good at this sort of thing, probably. See if I can remember what all goes into this whole skull drawing process. Right. It's like, how to do that sort of a thing. I'm sure you can all see what's going on and you understand all what is being done. That's a fine enough skull, I guess. Do I want it to be so small, though? Maybe it should be larger, because it's, you know, right up here, in front of our faces. Probably. Yeah. Alright. It's okay. Bucket we ball moment for sure. Every day, man. Pretty bad. It'll ink fine. It'll be okay. Okay, now for the spider. I mean, I guess I could stand to look up a reference, huh? Shelob. Oh, this is all like action shots and stuff. Let's just look up a Black Widow. Not that Black Widow, come on. God damn it. I need a specific angle on this. Okay. Isn't it wild that Sam managed to be such a badass, annihilated Shelob all by himself, carried Frodo up the mountain? Dude, Sam is a real one, you know? Sam had that aura. Gives up the ring willingly. Like, I don't need that shit. I'm already way too powerful. Could put like a femur in here or something for composition purposes. Hell yeah. Then married his crush and had like 14 kids with her and was the mayor of his town for like the rest of his life. Sam carried literally and figuratively. Real Chad shit. I know, and I'm glad that he gets the recognition he deserves. Frodo gets existentially depressed and is like, I literally can't live here anymore. And Sam's like, you know, you do you, dude. I'm just gonna go ahead and live a meaningful human hobbit existence. Over here in the mortal realm. Like I can, LOL. Skill issue. The audio mic quality might be unconscionably bad actually because I literally don't have room to put it anywhere, so it's off in the corner. But then again, sometimes I forget to move it during streams. So who knows? Not as though that would mean for some reason it isn't unconscionably bad, because I've had unconscionably bad audio for a very long time. And nothing happens, you know? The universe doesn't come down and tell you, your settings are bad. You have bad settings. You should think about changing them. Your mic's actually a touch quiet. Right, it was drawing a goddamn spider. Okay. So let's do this. Abdomen, thorax. Let's try and get some symmetry going on. And we'll have some, like, cobweb stuff going on. Not cobweb, just actual goddamn web, I guess. That's the scientific term for it. Okay, I think that's our sketch. I think we have the sketch figured out. Now you guys can be able to see what I'm drawing eventually. That's sort of clear. You can see the characters looking, one of them's looking up, one of them's looking down at the skull, and then there's the Spidey. Sounds good? Good. So when inking, and again I'm using Faber-Castell Pitt Artist Pen. Through experience, I've found it makes the most sense and prevents the most accidents if you start with the foreground elements. As foreground as you can get. That way, if you draw something that's overlapping with something else, chances are it's supposed to be that way. But if you try starting with something that's supposed to be lower, and you do that, well, now you gotta either accept that error, or you have to rethink that part of the drawing. Which, you know, that happens quite often anyway. It just sort of limits those problems. It is a important sort of skill set to have, I guess. Just changing things on the fly. What I will say is that if you do make mistakes like that, take a deep breath. Do not immediately attempt to correct it. Just stop. Stop what you're doing, no matter how minor, unless it's like a very obvious, like, okay, I can actually, you know, work with this somehow. Stop what you're doing and start thinking about the line you've drawn, what the current composition looks like, and decide with your brain and not with the pen how to go about correcting it. Because chances are you can do something to fix it. But the more you just try and massage it, more likely you're just going to make it worse. This is why digital art is so great, because you don't have to have these existential moments of terror. But the broader lesson, I guess, is to just not worry about that stuff, I guess. Because any good drawing's going to have a handful of mistakes. Should probably not be trying to shade this just yet. Okay, we have skull. We have bone. Everybody's taking notes. Hey Tony, how's it going? Hey Mr. Rabbit, how are you? Drawing it on paper this time. Yeah. It's Inktober. I gotta keep up the grind. I did this before last year. I did a stream where I did an Inktober drawing start to finish. That one turned out pretty okay, actually, if I remember correctly. I think it was chains was the prompt. And I did another perspective shot from below, like this one. And it was like an elevator thing. It was pretty cool. Okay. Guess we'll draw this shoe. And slowly this drawing will become visible to all of you. Ooh. Okay. What? Nice. Yeah. I'm just gonna try and breeze through this so I don't get too hung up on any one element, because that's probably a surefire way to make sure it looks terrible. Not probably, I happen to know that that's how you do that. That's another piece of advice about traditional art, and I guess art in general. The quicker you don't give a shit about how it turns out, the quicker it's gonna start looking good. I'm not saying you have to not care about your art, although I am sort of saying that. In fact, I think that's exactly what I just said. It's more... Yeah, you gotta get reps in or something. Can't be so goddamn tense. And if something looks bad, oh well. It's not a reflection on you as a person. It's only a reflection on how bad you are at art. And also, whatever the hell it is you're working on today is not going to be very good at all compared to something you do a year or two from now. So the minutia that you get hung up on, they're just not even close to the big picture. Epic advice. Can I get an epic in the chat? Okay, this is where things get a little bit complicated. So we have things coming in and out of like the foreground. Oh, you have to be careful. I really like that hand. We'll come back to it. Alright, and this hand is foregrounded, so we gotta be making sure we draw that before we do other stuff. But also be wary, this is interspersed with the rest of the face and the jaw. Epic, thank you, Nerdy. I don't know if you can see what I'm talking about. The character's making a thinking face, you know, like this. And I have this finger going across. This thumb might be, you know, a little bit occluded. I think I want to do that so that it looks actually three-dimensional. Just gotta be careful about that. Pen is dying. Let's go to the XS. So that one's not dying. And is appropriate for this level of detail. Okay, we got a hat here we need to draw. I always have trouble with the brim of like a, is that what you call that for a baseball cap? Guess you might call it a shade. It's always a bitch to draw these though, no matter what angle you're looking at them from. The most powerful technique for correcting mistakes is to simply proceed as though the offending lines don't exist. You know, just like draw the correct ones and forget about the other ones. And if you do it with enough authority, like if you're not squeamish about it, like, oh, I know the other lines are there, but like there it could be something else, maybe. No, just they don't exist. They were never drawn. It'll all come out in the wash. Well, that's one character sort of done, I think. I guess we could have a strap going across, though. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Now the robot. And the robot should be a lot easier. Just lots of straight lines and stuff. Even if they're not straight lines, we can pretend they are. Here's another pro tip. I suppose amateur tip, because that's indeed what I am. The more subjects that are in your drawing, the less problematic it is for one of your characters to have mistakes, because there will be other things to look at. And even if you do notice a mistake, it's like, but like in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty great drawing, you know? There's less weight associated with each mistake. Especially if they're the cool, sketchy, you know, pro artist type of mistakes. But you have to draw for a long time to get to the level where your mistakes look like that. I'm not sure how you do it. Alright, I was working on a different character. Almost forgot. What if they all have mistakes, though? Then add more characters until there are characters enough with no mistakes. You know? I'm pretty sure that's how Kim Young-gi used to do it, you know? What was it he said about advertisement? How are we already on another video? Has it been an hour? Jesus.
Smoothly.
No. Talking about how like he made, you know, dozens of mistakes in his drawings. And we're all like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Tell you what, he was hiding them in plain sight by just overwhelming us with characters. Probably. I don't know. Rest in peace. Overwhelm the viewers with characters so they don't notice all them sick. Yeah, Nerdy gets it. A lot of the mistakes I make tend to be like perspective related mistakes. Well, anatomical, obviously, is a class of mistakes. But if you make your perspective like janky enough, people will still think it's cool. They'll be like, this is a cool perspective, even if it's completely inaccurate. That's why I like drawing in fisheye. Just freehanding that, you know? It's just, you know, make sure you have some sort of system regarding how you're warping the shapes, and then just go for it. And it'll sort of look cool, even if it's completely antithetical to what perspective is supposed to mean. Because, you know, I mean, perspective is made up. Drawing rules are made up. I mean, they're based on very, very real principles, and perspective is a real thing. But, like, you don't need a license to draw in a 2-point perspective, or a 1-point perspective, or a fisheye perspective. You don't even need to be particularly good at it. For now. But while it's still allowed, get out there, draw some stuff. This is where things get messy. Okay, now the spider. I don't draw like non-humanoid things very often, so I'm not very good at it. The nice thing about this, though, and probably the reason I should draw more monster-looking things, is you can pretty well make this shit up. Because what, do people have what a fantasy spider looks like memorized? No. Not normal people, anyway. Certainly allows you to exaggerate certain elements, though. Which is very good to be able to do that without, you know, any special degree of skill. Really, the only main thing I have to be worried out with this is that it's, more or less balanced. But not exactly so. I think I want some asymmetry. Have you heard or seen of the new Transformers movie? I just came back from watching it. It was phenomenal. I almost saw it on Thursday, but I had to take a giant nap because I wasn't in any shape to do anything. But I've heard it's really good. And that I should watch it. I hadn't heard of it at all until this week, actually. Hadn't seen any trailers, hadn't heard nothing about it. So when my coworker was like, "We're gonna go see Transformers 1." Like, what, the Michael Bay movie? They're playing that in theaters again? Like it's some sort of Fathom Events presents Michael Bay's Transformers? It was really good. I would definitely recommend watching it, especially if you're a Transformers fan. I'm not necessarily a Transformers aficionado, but I'd probably get down with the Transformers flick. This is the ink. We haven't gone and shaded it yet or added any tone. But this is it's the ink sketch. So good checkpoint. You guys can actually see it now. Kind of. Wonder if I can. Okay, calm down. Stay there. I guess it was fine where it was, because the camera's on that side of the phone. Stay put! Oh my god! Hold on. Oh, yeesh. That's better, right? You think so? Okay, now we get to erase. It'll cause the camera to shake like crazy for a bit. Erasing, there's an art to it, I guess. The right eraser is important because if you have a bad eraser, you might just create some smudges that will like burn into the paper and won't come out. Those are always fun to work around. Mostly has to do with the type of eraser, but also kind of has to do with the way in which you were erasing. This one's really nice because also has to do with the pencil, I guess. I'm using a pencil with pretty light lead, so I'm not having issues really with like the graphite accumulating on the eraser. And one of the reasons this eraser is so nice is that it creates all of this eraser gunk. It sort of just breaks away before it can become infected with graphite. Because if you get to the point where your eraser is just spreading graphite around, you're cooked. You are cooked. Had bad experiences. But if your graphite's light enough, in a lot of cases you don't have to get a good erasure in. Just sort of leave some sketch marks behind. Alright. Ink looks good. Thank you. Get rid of this eraser gunk before I grind it into my desk. I have this multi-purpose sheet of paper with me. One, I have a reference for what each marker looks like, each tone. Two, I put this behind whatever sheet I'm working on as a sacrifice page to make sure that no marker bleeds through. It's not super important for this paper, but it's still worthwhile. Three, it's a ruler, because I don't know where my ruler is, so I'll use this. And four, I can use it to sweep up my eraser gunk. Ugh. God. Okay. Alright, don't go away. I'll be going to throw this away and getting another beverage. It'll last. It'll be a 30-second delay. Oh, there's still some Rockstar left. Okay. Can I get some more light on here? I need to move some of my own snacks. Ugh. Move the LED forward. Oh shit, I turned it off. Phone is just definitely in the way of the light. Oh! Yeah, I just knocked off the entire freaking... Stay! Okay. I need to decide how to light this. Also, what the background looks like, you know? And at this point, I kind of just go freehand. I don't, tend to go back to the pencil at this point. So whatever goes down, you know? I think we're pretty much on level, like the feet are at the horizon line. Not completely, I guess. I don't know. this invisible vanishing point. We have some sort of cave entrance, maybe? To give us some sort of concept of what is even going on here. Which actually gives this quite a bit of clarity, just those few lines, because before everyone was just sort of floating here, and it wasn't really clear what the perspective was. Now the question is the cave mouth black, or is the light coming from there? I'm not sure. I can see an argument for both. These are, you know, like tube socks, right? I'm not going to draw every line in here because it would look silly if I did that. Your brain will fill in the rest. There's too many lines. As is. Okay, before I do any more shading, I need to decide if the light's coming from behind, front, or the side. Yeah, I think I want it to be coming from the cave, so from behind. So, I think it'd be good if I knew where my other C7 was. Is it over here, perhaps? Don't touch the phone. Oops. The C7 is not what you can do. Is it like, oh, it's not. Must have, yeah, I think they're located in here. Okay. So I'll grab this as well. This is another pen that I use on occasion when I have pitch black details I need to do. This is it's another Faber-Castell Pit Artist pen. It's an SC though, because it's like it's a brush. I don't know if you can see it better here. I really don't think you can. It's a brush thing. Where's the camera? It's over here. It won't focus. We're cooked. Whatever. It's cool. So I think I would like to Hmm. This is a puzzle. Because if we're lighting it from behind, we won't get to see a whole lot of the facial expressions, which I think are kind of important. And we don't like need a rhyme or reason really with this lighting setup. I really just have to separate the front from the back. As you know, the point of this drawing isn't the background or the cave or any of these cool like lighting things we would get. It's these jokers, the snacks, as they say. So, the cave mouth is black. It's been decided. The nice thing about the Copics is that they'll put down like a really nice even tone. Without leaving behind too many marker artifacts. With almost no effort. When they start to die though, they most definitely will leave those artifacts. And then you may as well be using a fucking expo or something. I think I want to do the entire cave in C3. That's a lot of real estate, you know? But that's why we bought them. I might do a gradient with the C1 on the characters themselves. See, that's what I'm talking about here. You can see, maybe you can see, it's bleeding a little bit. Or I'm just bad at this, I don't know. Could be that. Maybe, in fact, we'll have... Well, here's an idea. And I'll tell you what the idea is in a second. We have the gray go up to a certain point and sort of gradient out to white. So that way we'll have contrast on both the foreground characters and the spider. And it'll give a sense of depth. Just gotta find, probably have to blend with the C1. I think that'll be fine. Because we're going to have the spider be some sort of dark color. Gonna head off to sleep. Good luck finishing this up. Thanks for tuning in, Ihara. You have a good sleep. Get some rest to take on the coming battles of the month. And looking forward to see whatever you draw next. I used to never use this side of the Copic. I would always use this side because this side's amazing. It's awesome. It's really good. But I don't know. Stopped caring as much about the crispness of the outlines. This just lays down color faster, you know? This is good for close details. Like so. I was torn for a very long time, and I still am, about like what's okay to use for Inktober. (2017), you know, OG Inktober for me. I used a few different pens. I think I started with a ballpoint pen, which those things are pretty goated actually. I don't use them for like anything anymore, but you can get some really cool stuff with a ballpoint pen. Like you can do an undersketch with a ballpoint pen basically, and then go and ink it. And then you can get some cool like halftone shading going on. But I didn't know how to use them at the time. So my stuff sucked. And then it continued to suck more. I think I got a fine point Sharpie. And I was using that. And I also didn't know how to use that. And it looked like garbage. But I thought it looked good. It didn't. It didn't look good. I think those are basically the only things I used that year. Not true, actually. Towards the end of Inktober 2017, I started doing shading with a pencil, which even at the time I thought was pretty sketchy. Like, this is Inktober. What are you doing? But it was way easier to shade stuff with a pencil, go figure, because I could get different values than just the one afforded to me by a pen. My hatch game was not on point at the time. Looks like ass. Then in 2018, I started out by using a lot of pencil to shade stuff. And then partway through I was like, this is dumb. It's Inktober. I should be just using ink or something like it. So I think I finished out 2018 with just... No, that's not true. 2018 I did still use some pencil towards the end. I mean, pieces were worse for it. And at this point, I probably still wouldn't use pencil, but I can see some applications of graphite, maybe, just as a tone, in the same way I'm doing now. But really just that. Then in 2019, I think I started again with just ink. That was day 4, I think. When I started using some cheap markers to add like tones. I wasn't just straight up shading with the markers at first, I don't think. I was just making certain things different colors, which was really nice if I wanted to differentiate. I wasn't really thinking in planes at the time, it was just one object from another, like clothes. So I would have some pieces that were like, I'm going to switch. This is why we have 2 C3s. Many a knee sock was colored in with a gray marker. Oh no, this one's dying too. We're not even halfway through yet. Might need to make a mid-Inktober pit stop at Michael's. Get some more Copics. They don't let you just grab those off the shelf anymore. I'm not sure if they ever did that, but you have to call an attendant to go and ask somebody, hey, could you unlock the Copics for me? So I guess people would steal Copics, maybe? Or that's just they're expensive? And they are. They're like, they used to be more expensive, I think, but they're like $5.99 pop right now. So I don't buy packs of these. I actually have a pack of 72, but when I go re-up for Inktober, I go and buy singles. I grab like 5 or 6, and that's like $40. It's pretty rough out there. Okay, now the idea, I think, and I hope my C1's doing okay. It doesn't look like it. It looks pretty rough. So we'll blend a little bit with the C1. So it's pretty tight. The other reason that Copics are so great and, you know, expensive and whatever is that they blend immaculately well. That's kind of the main thing. Like, they put down color super evenly, and I think other markers in that price range do that pretty well too. But the blending is the main thing. I should get a C0 or whatever it is. Just the 0 marker is the blender. I used the shit out of that thing when I first had it. But really just grab a few colors in the same range. Can slap them down and get some blending going on. It's pretty exciting. Probably even this out on the bottom. Okay. Now the question is, do I make this spider fully black or just C7? I think probably just C7. Right. I mean, we can always go and do some more. This is a spot where I kind of want to be careful. I don't want to nullify the line work I put in, because the line work is pretty sketchy and I think it looks good. If I overshoot it with the Copic, then it's kind of for naught, right? Oh shit, I drew over something. Might be able to fix that with the jelly roll. Which, by the way, that's the final tool that you can use to try and fix mistakes, is the jelly roll. It's the closest thing to an undo button that you have. But it's not one. Doesn't quite do it. I'm gonna do my best to not color in these eyes, but it's bleeding, man. Multimedia paper, you'd think. I tend to just like regular ass notebook, you know, sketchpad paper. It's not quite as greedy. And it bleeds, but it's like predictable bleed, you know? I'm gonna have a gradient on the bottom too. See how that feels. Not too shabby. Okay, so tones are down, right? And like, you know, hypothetically we could stop right here. I'm not gonna do that because I have a lot of shading to do. But our job right now is to not wreck the beautiful clarity that we have with respect to the subjects in this drawing. You can see everything perfectly well. So now we need to put in just enough garbage that it looks interesting, but not to the extent that we fuck it up. to start. I usually start with the hair, actually. And hats on here, it's an interesting conundrum. So with light colored hair, I won't go in and do highlights. I'll do the opposite of highlights. I'll do anti-highlights. Which I've yet to do like just full-on black hair for Inktober. Something I like to do. Looks good. Looks very manga-ish. I don't know. Let's try and shade under this bill. Looks acceptable, maybe. I'm gonna draw a line on the head, the forehead. And we'll just draw some perpendicular action. Sometimes I like to define a shadow region first and then start shading it, putting hatch marks down. And then sometimes I'll just start putting hatch marks down, and then I will draw a shadow region around it later. What are we doing, team? Are we hanging in? Actually not that far from being done, I don't think. Probably confused by this because it's like definitely not a skull shape that she recognizes as human. It's that giant thing in the middle of its face. What are noses? What are teeth, for that matter? Okay, I'm gonna send it on some shading on the knees here. Be careful. We're hanging. Good. Good, good. Oh, I almost forgot the halo. That's kind of important. Let's follow the same curvature as the hat, even if it's wrong. Maintain a sense of continuity and all that. And that is definitely a candidate for a correction with the jelly roll. Final note on making corrections. It might not be final note, we might have more notes on this. But an important thing to keep in mind is that, like, if you leave it alone, if you make a mistake and you leave it alone without trying to correct it, and wait until you come back to it later, it might not even be a problem by the time you're shading and stuff. Because you might have enough clutter in the area to just make that mistake disappear. Or something else may have superseded it without you realizing. Or you might have a bunch of, tone in that area, just sort of erasing it. Or, and here's the most likely thing, it wasn't that big a deal to begin with. And when you get further along the drawing, you sort of forget its influence, and it's not really a huge problem any longer. guess the takeaway is I'm advocating for not worrying so much about mistakes. Because in the unlikely scenario, it's possible, but not likely that whatever mistake you're making has a genuine detrimental impact on the finished product. Which, probably isn't the case. If it is, it probably wasn't a very good drawing to begin with. Probably. Jesus. More likely to sink your piece is a series of escalating mistakes that you make in an attempt to fix one small one that end up just sort of drawing way too much attention to the affected area. That can absolutely fuck up a drawing. I'm just going through and lining around where I have to find some tone. Make it look like all of these gaps are intentional. Some of them were. YouTube just paused because it's like, what, are you still watching? Yeah, of course I fucking am. Thank you. Doing any shading on the face, you must be very careful with. That's one of the easiest ways to fuck anything up. It is often easier to just leave the face completely one tone. So if you don't know what you're doing, and I sure don't, be all over in an instant. Anything with the eyes or the face, nose. That's one place where the mistake calculus changes a bit, because that's what people look at. Isn't interesting? It's like a drop shadow, but on the ceiling. Yeah, dude. This is the light at the end of the tunnel song. It's just that we've been drawing for hours, and it feels like everything's fucked. Things are gonna start working out type song. I don't think that's, you know, what I'm feeling right now, but when the streams get to be too dark, this tends to be the pick-me-up song. Okay, so webs, how do those work? I have a few main nodes, and then they connect like so. Something like that, I think. Well, this is the sketchy foreground stuff, so it doesn't have to look good. In fact, the less effort you put into this, probably the better. Oh, shit. Shit. Are we okay with the data and stuff? YouTube's not receiving a video. I think I'm just having some internet problems. I'm sure they will resolve. I am sure of this. It's not resolving, guys. No, it keeps going away and then saying it's a problem. We will work through it dutifully. Quality's still garbage, but I think we're getting there. I don't know. Not showing me the error anymore. Just looks like garbage quality. That's okay. Anyway, webs. Doesn't have to be anything special. Just a vague idea of a web. I need to finish this drawing quickly so that I can get this stream off of the internet, because it is struggling. It wants to die. I'm just going in and adding random shadow regions to the cave wall in the back, giving it some sense of continuity. My God, a moment of clarity. think our woes may be over. Cool, cool. It sure is having a time. Yeah. Okay, jelly roll time. Whitey is leaking some silk here. Getting ready to make some stuff happen. So we'll want to highlight that. Drop a couple eyes in there, you know? It's actually not a whole lot that I want to do here. Which is good. It's good news. Oh, right. The halo. Not sure that did a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. That's alright. Oh, I was thinking actually of doing some paint webbing over here. How should I do that? Come on, Jelly Roll. Yeah, that's pretty cool. This stuff is sort of like whiteout. It may in fact be exactly whiteout. But anyway, the idea, if you want to apply more, sometimes you have to let it dry. Whiteout literally straight up might be a good tool for this. For the record. When you need to fix very big mistakes. Not just accounting ones. Kind of running out of things to do here. Oh, you know what? Absolutely have some little guys skittering away. Bingo. Looks sick. Thank you. I think I'm done with it. Or no, let's last step, I think. I'm going to go over some of my important outlines, namely the characters. Make sure their silhouettes are nice and sharp. It can be the case that you occasionally fuck up some line art with this. It's usually pretty hard to do that, but stuff that you had already lined over. That doesn't really need to be boldened. Can sometimes be a casualty. It's all in the name of clarity, though. It also helps because oftentimes in the course of shading, the outlines can change, or in the process of putting tone down, certain parts of the outline can become faded. So it's important to reestablish those. Alright, yeah. I'm ready to call that good. This was... snacks. Thank God. My pen is being interfered with. I have Copic down here. I guess it's struggling. Day 11? Yeah. And it's still the 11th. Incredible. What do we think, team? Did we win? I think we did. BRB scanner break. I'll leave the mic on so you can hear the scanner sounds, maybe. Maybe. It's still scanning. Why is my chat behind? There we go. Oh, it's still behind. It's refreshing. It's figuring itself out. Oh, it's done. Hold on. Okay. I think we won. Good. Scanner sounds. Good, good. I'm gonna have to actually need my phone now, so I have to shut the phone off. Back to clip. It has served us well. Get rid of this janky setup. For now. Okay, now stop. I have a laptop over there. Its sole job is to run a scanner software for this old Epson scanner. It's like 10 years old or something. But, you know, it scans. It scans documents. I think I went a little aggressive on the darkness. It makes sense, though. It's a spooky drawing. So I scan it, I upload it to my Google Photos, and I edit it in my phone to make sure that the values actually look good. And generally I don't have to change very much because the scanner's pretty decent. I'm picking up dynamic range and whatnot. I can probably decrease the value of the shadows, or we'll drop the shadows and increase the black point so the line art stays relatively dark. Not sure that accomplished much of anything. We'll drop the saturation a little bit. Actually, I could do it all the way if I wanted to, but I do like the colors, so I like the cool shadows. And then sharpen it slightly. And that looks fine. How did that? I guess it just got smushed. Oh well. That's okay. Now I have to go onto this computer and download it off of Photos again. So this is the third device it's been on now. It's a very efficient system. It looks nice on this monitor, but I don't know that this monitor is exactly accurate. Download. Boom. There it is, team. Ugh. Try and keep my workstation cleanish. And yeah, this is probably the kind of a reveal moment for the stream. I've been seeing it in this level of detail this whole time, but you probably haven't. So there's the spider dude. Or girl, I don't know. Probably girl. Here are our heroes. Contemplative. Confused. Scared, maybe. I don't know. And some snacks. But I get the feeling we'll see these characters again, so this is possibly some sort of call an ambulance but not for me type of situation. Alright, well, I'm gonna be uploading this. Yeah, I don't immediately have any issues with that. The mirror looks wild as fuck. It is very clearly off-center, but you know. And I did have the robot succumbing more to that perspective and that foreshortening that I had. Or not so much the foreshortening, just the actual perspective. The robot respects it more. Or it's bent over slightly, which actually that was what I was trying to do. Alright. I can crop it a little bit though to save the center positioning. It's also very hard to draw like this, the camera above the drawing the whole time. I'm usually like way up in it, you know? But I couldn't do that this time. That's one of the reasons I don't. I used to do time lapses. Like for 1 year I did, not even the whole year, like half the year. Half of the Inktober. I mean, I filmed time lapses of the drawing. Then I stopped because my drawings weren't very good. I didn't feel like they were. I felt like they were suffering. But okay, that's gonna be it for now. Let's we got time, so let's go ahead and compare this to what we did at the beginning of the stream to previous day 11s. I don't need this anymore. I need to get we'll start with 2017 again, as always. Oh, this is a fun one. Day 11, 2017. Prompt was run. Yeah, we got our character running. I was pretty much all my 2017 drawings featured the same character with the ponytail and the sailor uniform. And I sucked at drawing her the whole time. Yeah. Clear issues here, but the ghosts are pretty cute. So that's okay. 2018. Day 11. Was that cruel? It was. This is a weird one. Another action shot. That didn't look right. Cool. Yeah, I mean better, but like still pretty wild. Still pretty crazy. Had some foreshortening here. Not very good. But the idea was, you know, it's a chair pull. Somebody's pulling the chair. Or is she sitting down? That's terrible. Yeah. But as I mentioned before, I was doing some pencil shading at this point in 2018. Don't think I was in 2017. Yeah, I was still all just like ballpoint pen or I think it was a Sharpie at this point. Hatch marks, and I had no idea what I was doing. But I was learning. This was better than it was before. Here, I avoided it entirely. I was just shading with a pencil. So no hatch marks, just pencil shading. That was terrible. Bad. What even is this? You know? And so then 2019 comes around. By this point, I don't think I was doing any pencil shading. I was starting to use markers, though. Day 11. Oh, it's a comic. This was funny. And it wasn't that bad, either. The prompt was snow. I made a comic. Our hero, which, look at that hat. Damn. What a wonderfully rendered hat. And the hair's not bad either. And this is the snowman that has been created. The carrot's in backwards. There's no semblance of a mouth. I guess it's a very large, you know, sort of cat mouth, maybe. And the arms are haphazardly placed there, stacked like an you know, poorly manufactured hamburger. And the scarf's not even staying on. Terrible. We get the reaction shot. Then we get the zoom. No light in the eyes. Oh dear sweet Christ, I fucked up. I still like this one. It's pretty good because this was, you know, this is what happens when you make mistakes in art. It's just the way it feels. It's good stuff. Okay, 2020 next? It does come after 2019, unless I'm mistaken. Oh, this was a good one. I liked this one. Need to clear out my downloads folder at some point. This is getting out of hand. The prompt was disgusting. Day 11. This was one where I didn't know what I was doing until I started drawing the pose, I think. I think I started from the idea that I had something dumped on her head. I didn't know what it was going to be. And at the end, I'm like, this is ranch. This is ranch dressing. Because nothing seems to be more horrifying to me than having an entire, what is that, like a 5-gallon, oh, it's more than that, it's like a, something, that's an entire pail of ranch, just falling upon your head. Your week is ruined. Snowman one is a banger, absolutely. Okay, 2021. Where are we? Oh shit. This is one of my least favorite Oscar drawings that I've done. For some reason, I don't think I disliked it when I made it. But in retrospect, I was like, oh, this kind of blows. 2021, day 11, the prompt was sour. And anytime I get like a prompt that is an adjective, which can loosely describe a unpleasant person, I draw Oscar. That's what happens. And I could definitely take it or leave it. I'd rather leave it, in fact. I think this was a downgrade on the previous year. Disgusting was pretty good. It was clean. This is not clean. It's got too much tone going on. Too much lighting done with the markers. Not to mention proportionally, it's a catastrophe. Because I was trying to do some perspective. And the hair is absurd. And the chin shape is wrong. And everything about it is wrong. I do like that. I do like the hands, though. I think that's cute. Horrible. Let's get out of here. 2022. Ooh. This is a fun one. It's very indicative of how I was doing like low effort pieces in 2022. 2022, I said earlier it was kind of unremarkable, but it was remarkable in the sense that like every drawing needed a background. Or almost every drawing. Or it was much more frequent anyway. Where I'd have something in the background, and quite often it would just be some random, you know, vaguely Pacific Northwest looking vista. The prompt was eagle. Disgusting was clean. Yeah. Get that as a tattoo. Eagle, like golf, right? I think I had to mentally... I don't think I... To justify this, let's think, how could this be an eagle, right? This is clearly a chip shot. Let's say this is a drivable par 4. I think that's what we're looking at. And she's a little bit short of the green. And chips in to get a chance at a birdie, right? But it ends up going in. Or at least it looks like it will. We love a vista. All right. I don't like... I like pretty much everything. Two things I don't like about this. One, the highlights in the eyes when it's in the shade like that has always rubbed me the wrong way. I think it looks psychotic. Two, I fucked up the shading on this golf ball big time. Needed to just tone it down a bit. Yeah, but everything else seems pretty okay. I like the mountain, I like the trees. Because these are very easy to draw. Like, I'm not doing anything here. It's like 2 straight lines, or even just one. And then I just draw some slants, some sloped lines in an ascending pattern until they get a little crossed, and then it gets even easier to like approximate them later. It's, and these aren't even very good ones that I did. These are super easy. But yeah, 2022 I was drawing backgrounds for no reason, which is cool. That carried through to today, where all of my older Inktober pieces were very much like this, where I just had a character and no background. You know? Snow, I don't know, gets a pass. And then 2022, I'm like, what am I doing? I need to tell a story, god damn it. Okay. 2023, which I think was kind of a pretty ridiculous Inktober for me. Because I took that ethos of every drawing needs a background, and literally every drawing got a background. Okay, there's two that didn't. One got a square, and one was a portrait that filled up the entire page. So, you know. Oh, shit. Last year was a really good one. Wander, Day 11. 2023. Yeah, very Dark Souls. In fact, I have a sword. I have a bonfire here. So this is like Dark Souls 3 or something. Medieval hero. You have options here. You can go down into that cave, or maybe that's where you came from. You can go up and fight this flower or something. Go into this castle. This is a pretty good one. Do I have... what was the name of this? Was it... Trek? I think it was Trek. File missing? Fuck you. I'll get back to this. Okay, but yeah, 2023. Great stuff. Love that. Yeah, and then this year. Actually, we'll give it the big impact it deserves. We go backwards now, right? So, 2023, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 24. Yeah, I think we've gotten a little bit better over the last 7 years. The important thing about this, like the thing that I'm focusing on this year, is readability and separation of values. Because as good as like this one was that I thought, like it's still kind of difficult to read. This one was pretty okay as far as readability goes, because I started figuring it out. But a lot of 2023 was super detailed and almost impossible to see what was going on. Which made them super good candidates for redrawing digitally. I did that with like 5 of them. But look at this. This is super readable, right? We can see exactly what's going on. It's not quite as detailed, but hey. Anyway, one thing that I couldn't help but do was compare a drawing I did a few days ago with Wander. So here's Trek, Day 6, 2024. Yeah, I mean, the story being told here is that this is a Elden Ring map, basically. Because you gotta go up the stairs on the cliff, go clear out this fortress, go down the lift, emerge from this mine after clearing that out, follow this stream, go through the forest, cross this bridge into the Black Keep. After you get through the Black Keep, you have a bog, and then you have a church, a cathedral that you have to clear out, and then you perhaps descend into the abyss, because that's a cliffside, a sheer cliff. Or maybe on the other side of this mountain where you re-emerge, you ascend and go up this little fortress, go to this altar, this Acropolis on the very summit of the mountain, which takes you to this floating city. That's the idea anyway, and that's all here. It's a trek, you know? There's also a dragon, which will complicate things. And most of it is pretty readable. It gets pretty ugly down here, but, you know, what can you do? Draw better, I guess. Not for me. But I was comparing this to Wander because it's sort of the same composition, same idea. Not necessarily unintentionally either. This one was... I can't say I don't like this one more. Because this feels just way more put together. I did have more time, I think, probably to do this. Even if it's not quite as readable and doesn't have as much intrigue. I don't know. I like this character more, though. My improvement is really showing. Well, thank you. I guess I'll keep doing it then. So 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. Good stuff. Alright, well, thanks for joining me. When's the DyingRabbit Art D&D podcast? Man, I don't know what to talk about, you know? I casually play D&D with some friends, like just one-shots. And they want to get me to DM some one-shots, but I don't know. We'll get there someday. Okay, it is midnight. I have to go do some stuff tomorrow. I think a few things tomorrow. Might be a busy day. So I'm gonna end the stream, upload some art, and then I'll see you guys next week, I guess. I believe in you. Thank you. When I might do this again, or I might do another thing I did last year, which was play a video game while drawing on the side, and then just sort of giving you guys periodic updates. That might be fun. Have a good one, team lead. Thank you very much, you too, Nerdy. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah. I'll see you. I'll see you next time. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen.